project. Is that likely?
It's a good idea.
I haven't thought of it. It's a good one.
Thank you, Craig. Craig's from the School of Education, hence the nature of his question. Very good. Thank you, Lee. Appreciate it. Our next presenter is Karina Loytoiser, who is now a third-year undergraduate student undertaking the Advanced Science degree in computing. Her scholarship is supported by the Faculty of Science and Engineering, and her primary supervisor is Petra Helmholtz, who's in the audience. So Karina, please come down to the front, and we'll get you all set up. All of the projects have a HIVE support, HIVE supervisor as well. In this particular project, it's Michael Ovens. Michael sends his apologies. He has another event he's taking part in today. So I'll just connect that. Over to you.
Hi everyone. Yeah, this is my project, Footprints Uncovered Through Augmented Reality. So just a quick overview. In 2002, a Polish paleontologist, Jared Zielinski, discovered a set of footprints in Trachylos thought to belong to a hominin, which is another word for something belonging to the human family. Trachylos is on the island of Crete, which is about 160 kilometres south of the Greece mainland. It's just where that red circle is on the map, and that's what the site looks like. In May 2025, a group of Curtin researchers went to that same site to capture 3D data of the tracks as well as an overall view of the actual site. So what makes these footprints significant? Well, in the original publication of the study by Zielinski in 2017, the prints were dated at approximately 6 million years old. This would predate the earliest known footprints by about 2 million years old in Africa. And that would challenge current ideas about when, where, and how humans actually evolved. Another reason why these footprints are significant are due to their unexpected geographical location in Europe, because most early human fossils are found mostly in Africa. So this could reshape human evolution theories if we can confirm the age and origin of these footprints. Can we view the footprints? Well, due to its scientific significance, the site is actually a very popular tourist attraction in the area. Unfortunately, today the site has been fenced off and covered to protect it from erosion and vandalism, which means a close-up inspection of the site is basically impossible. So tourists, when they get there, they often leave disappointed as there's not really much to actually see. So my project aims to solve this. So using the data that Curtin research group captured from the site, I developed a mobile augmented reality app. This allows anyone to view the site from just their smartphone, and it could boost public interest in the timeline of human movements and evolution. So a bit on how they actually captured the data. So they used a scanner called the Artex Space Spider 2. That's it pictured on that side over there. The way it works is there's something called a structured light projector on board, which shines a pattern of light, like those stripes, on a target object. And then an onboard camera or sensor detects distortions in that pattern to measure the fine details of the object. And that's how it creates like 3D geometry of it. After the data was captured, it had to be processed using Artex Studio, which is dedicated software that goes with the scanner. So the first step for that was global registration, which created a coherent data set from the point clouds from the individual scan frames of each print. Next was outlier removal, which was an automatic process that removes 3D noise from the rest of the object. One source of that 3D noise was sunlight, as the sensor's very sensitive to that. which presents itself as a bunch of random polygons on top of the actual surface. So the automatic process was able to remove most of that, and anything that didn't get removed was removed using a manual removal afterwards. Next was Fusion, which consolidates the dataset into a 3D mesh, and that's really helpful for reconstructing fine features, which is good, so we can see all the details of the footprints. Next was a texturing algorithm. That applied colour and texture to the model, and that was made possible by the scanner's onboard colour camera. And finally, we exported the files as .plys, and that's just a common file format for storing 3D data. These are some of the resulting models from Artex Studio. As you can see, they're full colour and quite detailed. If you're curious where the footprints actually are on the far side there, it's like cut in half by the crack in the middle. This one here, it's probably less clear, but I think it's sort of like to the left of that crack running diagonally as well. So the resulting Artex Studio models had extremely high polygon counts, some in excess of 5 million. Mobile AR cannot accommodate such high poly models as it causes performance issues like a low frame rate and lag. So we used Blender to decimate the models with a target count of about 100K. We chose 500K initially, but we found that the performance was not acceptable. So we used 100K, and that produced acceptable visuals as well as acceptable performance. The development of the actual AR component was done in Unity, and we chose Unity mainly because of the availability of the AR Mobile Core template. This template configures project settings and pre-installs all the correct packages needed for AR. And we tailored the initial development for an Android smartphone, but developing it for iOS wouldn't be too hard. You just have to change the plugin provider. So a brief overview of the functionality. The user is able to place the panel. We've chosen a section of the panel called B2, which has a lot of notable footprints instead of the whole thing, but in the future would be easy to extend it to the whole panel. There's hotspots corresponding to different models on top of the panel, which are the red dots playing in the video. The users can rotate and move the models around as well. Each model has its own open and close button. You can delete the panel and reposition it, and you can also toggle off the plane detection visualization, which I'll explain now. So the panel can be placed wherever there's a detected plane, which is those white dots on the video. And it's important to make sure there's sufficient space so the edges don't clip the edges of the detected planes, so it doesn't go underneath or glitch out. It also works best in a well-lit environment. For the hotspots, clicking one of the red dots will spawn the corresponding model above it. Each model has its own close button, which means you can spawn a bunch of them at the same time. So I've got 2 there. You can move them around, reposition them however you want. You can walk up to them and inspect them. So our project outcome. The first one is we've been able to create detailed 3D models using Artex Studio. And we've used those, decimated them to make a basic mobile AR experience, meaning users can view the site without risking any damage to it. It's easy to use, accessible, and interactive. For the future, it would be good to implement a couple more features in the app, such as the ability to move and scale the panel after placement, as that's not possible at the moment. If you want to reposition it, you have to delete the whole panel and place it somewhere else instead of just dragging and moving it. You'll notice that the texture and colour isn't present in the models on the actual AR app. That's because in Blender we had an issue with exporting the color maps. For some reason in the FBX files it wouldn't map correctly, so that would be something we'd try to solve in the future to make it more realistic looking. We'd also maybe add descriptions attached to each model, as sometimes it's unclear what you're actually looking at. It might not really look like a footprint to most people if you're not an expert. As I mentioned before, cross-platform development, so we'd make a build version for iOS phones and also a VR version of the app. Because of the mobile template that we use in Unity, that would probably be quite simple because it uses a lot of the same components. And making a VR version would also make a more immersive experience for tourists as well. And that could maybe be used with museums, local museums, as a cool exhibit. I'd like to acknowledge my two supervisors, Petra and Michael, as well as the Curtin HIVE team for providing the facilities for this internship, and School of EPS for providing the funding and data that made this project possible. Thank you for listening. Do we have any questions?
Questions? Fortunately, I've got one.
Yeah.
How close would your Android app to be able to be loaded onto the Play Store, for example?
At the moment, we can't because the data's classified, but I don't think the School of Earth and Planetary Sciences wants us to publish it yet. But in the future, it would not be hard to load it onto the Google Play Store after we fix some of the bugs in it. So yeah, definitely not far at all.
Very good. So we just have to speak with Petra and Martin nicely.
Yes.
First things first.
Yeah, exactly. Any other questions from the audience?
Yeah.
One down the back. Let me just bring you a microphone.
Thank you very much for bringing that. Lovely. Having been to the site, it's lovely to see the big pictures, but I was wondering, you were talking about applying this in museum settings,
Yep.
but also at the site.
Yes.
In the example there you showed on a very nice brick pavement,
Yep.
how do you think it would work on recognising that platform on a natural rock surface with maybe some sand or covering? So when they're actually at the site, would it still pick up that as a plane that they'd be able to project it onto, or is the roughness of that surface going to cause some problem?
So if we have it at the site, what we were thinking of is maybe having like a QR code there and they can scan it, and that tells the app like the geo coordinate stuff. So it can, so instead of placing it by the plane detection algorithm, it would find the coordinates and do it that way.
Fantastic. Sounds very great.
Martin's going to make a bit of a
All the excitement geologists.
I'm just interested in your own experience. You're actually the first one to visit the site virtually.
Yeah.
What was that like for you not being able to be there and then actually working on the models and putting them into place? Was that an effective tool?
Yeah, not being at the site, despite not being there, I thought I got a pretty accurate representation of what they actually look like, since the models are quite detailed and you can get quite close to them using the AR experience. So yeah, I think it would be really valuable for tourists, definitely.
I have a question about this. In terms of whether there's possibility of other things added to the platform when you're viewing the footage. So I've actually been there.
Yeah.
And it is a fairly boring site.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. The history is amazing. The history is absolutely amazing. But there's not much to do in that part of the island. So I wonder whether there will be anything that will add on to that result. We scan it as a bit more of increasing the history or something so that we attract people to attract people to that side of the island.
Yeah, so certainly we'd probably improve some of the educational aspect of it by, as I said, attaching descriptions to each of the models. So this is still very early in development, so yeah, we could add like animations of someone walking, for example, to make it more immersive, and the VR experience as well, though that would probably be more suited to the museum and not the actual site itself. So yeah, definitely more features on the way.
Are the footprints thought to be from one individual, or are they just random footprints? They don't really come from one person?
I believe they are thought to be from one individual, at least the same like species. Yeah.
So it's conceivable to have a hominid virtually walking between each of the footprints, perhaps?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions? On down the back, Lisa T.
That's really interesting. Just thinking about application, I can see that we can visualize the footprint. I'm just thinking about whether there is an extended study regarding looking at the gait, different gait of different people maybe as a project. Population or
Yeah.
Just thinking about that.
Okay, from the research that I read, there was not like much about that. They were just mentioning how the person who made it was definitely bipedal, and they had a lot of the same structures as a human foot, to plantigrade sole and taxonic in nature, but I didn't really find anything about the gait specifically.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, at that, we'll thank you for your presentation. Thanks, Karina. Our next presentation is by Hao-Tien Law. He's now actually a graduate. Well, technically, he'll have his graduation in a couple of weeks' time, so congratulations, Hao-Tien. He is now completed his bachelor's degree in computer science. His project supervisors for this project are Rachel Sheffield and Craig Sims. Craig is here today. And the project title is Creating Immersive Nature Experiences Using Real-World Environments. So, over to you, Hao-Tien.
Good morning, everyone. As Andrew said earlier, this is my project, Creating Immersive Nature Experiences Using Real-World Environments, specifically in WA. And the simplest way I would describe this is that I capture real landscapes and then I process them into immersive formats. And I build a workflow that lets these experiences be shown reliably across different displays, such as the 180-degree cylinder display over there, or through VR headsets. And just this morning, I guess through the dome as well, since we finally got that working. So to start off, I want you to imagine something for a second. So imagine being able to stand underneath a dense forest canopy, or in a wetland during a bright sunny day, or even on a dramatic stretch of coastline. All of this without having to drive for hours, and without needing perfect weather, and without introducing any environmental impacts. And that's the core idea here. Research have consistently shown that being able to be there in nature helps support well-being, helps positive moods, as well as stress reduction and environmental awareness. However, accessing nature is not always readily available and not as straightforward as people may think. Some people are busy, some people can't travel easily, and some places shouldn't have constant foot traffic. So that creates a clear tension, and that is that we recognize the value of nature, but access is not always available. So the question becomes, can immersive media act as a practical bridge for nature? Again, this is not as a replacement for it, but as a complementary addition to it. That's what this internship aims to prototype. Real WA environments captured as immersive formats that feel believable and can be easily deployed in education and public engagement settings. So here's what was actually built. Firstly, I built some immersive 180-degree videos. These are stereoscopic, so you get the 3D effect. And these are filmed in multiple real locations near and around the Perth metropolitan area. And secondly, I also produced a repeatable pipeline, production pipeline, and because I wanted to show the entire process, all the way from the capturing phase all the way to the deployment phase, so that someone else can reproduce the same results. All the footage were captured across these 6 locations, and the goal here was variety. These locations provided contrasting environments, such as coastal scenes, bushlands, and wetlands, each with their different visual textures, different soundscapes, and different connections to the environment. These are just 2 of the examples here, but this variety also matters because it tests whether the workflow is robust, and if the workflow only works in perfect condition in a perfect location, it's not really useful. So I want to see whether the same approach can be used across a wide range of locations to get the same results. So now I'll talk about the capture decisions, because this is where the design intent becomes physical. All cameras were tripod mounted at roughly head height level, and this viewpoint may seem kind of like a small detail, but it matters a lot in VR, because if the camera is too low, it feels like you're crouching down, and if it's too high, it feels like you're floating, basically. All cameras were also kept static. I avoided any panning, walking, or any handheld motions, and that is just to reduce motion sickness. Static shots reduce that significantly and can make the experience much more enjoyable. Time of day varied between the different clips. However, the weather was consistently sunny, which helped with visual consistency and clarity. When possible, I also chose locations, more isolated viewpoints to avoid people and man-made structures from appearing in frame. And this is not because humans don't belong in nature, but it's more like for this specific project, the goal was to keep the attention on the nature. The main camera used for this case was the Canon EOS R5C with a dual fisheye lens for, and this camera was able to capture up to 8K for the maximum quality. Additional footage was also captured with the Ricoh Theta X, which is that one over there. This was mainly for flexibility and comparison's sake, because this one captures monoscopic 360-degree video. For audio, I used a Rode Video Mic Go 2 mounted on top of the camera, and this was just to capture real ambient soundscape, such as birds, trees, water, and the overall feel of the environment. So here's the entire overall workflow at a high level. The first stage is the capture phase. Basically go to the locations and capture the videos. Step 2 is the stitching phase, which is basically the Canon outputs dual fisheye footage that needs to be converted into equirectangular projection for it to be viewable on these displays here. Step 3 is the editing and grading phase. Remove unused segments, cut around disturbances, and apply color correction to make the environments look natural and coherent. Step 4 is audio processing. Basically cut out low frequency rumbles, unwanted noise, equalization, and then normalize levels for comfortable listening. The final step is the rendering and encoding step. That's the stage where the video actually becomes viewable. I'll now delve deep into the most technical part, which is the stitching phase. The workflow begins by importing the raw footage into the editing software of choice, which in this case is DaVinci Resolve. At this stage of the step, the footage is not, again, viewable because it is the dual fisheye view up there. To handle this, I had to use Cartiverse plugins within DaVinci Resolve, but these had to be installed separately. The entire pipeline is node-based. As you can see, that's the node tree we use, and with the first major node being the KVR Super ST map. This one does a lot and is supplied by Cartiverse. But basically, it converts the dual fisheye projection into equirectangular projection suitable for stereoscopic playback. And this part of the transformation is essential. Without it, the headsets and these displays would not be able to play it properly. And that's the second image there. That's what it looks like after that. Within this node here, I also had to set the convergence, which is basically the stereoscopic footage has depth, but if the convergence is off, the depth can feel uncomfortable or wrong. So I have to manually tune this, but the good part is that once I set the convergence for this specific camera and lens combination, those same settings can be used across different clips captured using the same setup. After this step, you may notice some distracting elements around the edges of each eye, such as the opposing lens or the tripod. To reduce this, each eye was cropped and slightly zoomed so that the edge artifact sits outside the visible frame. And then those two views were then merged back together into a single stereoscopic output. That's what the final image here looks like. It's a bit zoomed in, but the artifacts are all removed. Additional cleanup can also be done at this point, such as painting out minor unwanted objects. However, these two steps, the zooming in and the painting, are not required for VR viewing. It's more like an addition that improves immersion. After all this is done, we move on to the editing phase. That's the entire pipeline for these two. The editing phase is, at this stage, is basically to turn the footage into something people actually want to watch. So I cut out segments with distractions, such as pedestrians, sudden jolts, or anything that breaks the standing there feeling. For color grading, the goal was realism. There was no one-size-fits-all solution for color grading because each location required its specific tuning. However, the consistent approach was to adjust the contrast, highlight, shadows, and saturation to make the footage look natural without making it look over-processed. And that's what that looks like afterwards. The next part is audio, and that was honestly the hardest part to get right because of urban proximity. Distant traffic, occasional pedestrian chatter, or even planes flying overhead. These are things you cannot control when you're filming in accessible locations. The second issue was wind. Heavy winds hitting the microphone can create loud peaks, which can make segments unusable. In post, I had to remove these whenever possible and reduce low-frequency rumbles with high-pass filters and use equalization and dynamic processing to keep everything consistent while reducing any harsh unwanted noise. There are limits to this, though. If you tune noise removal too hard, you can destroy the natural soundscape and the audio becomes artificial. So the approach was to clean what I can without losing the authenticity. The experiences were tested in two main ways. First was through the MetaQuest VR headsets, because these are an affordable and realistic platform for education and demonstrations. Second was through HIVE's 180-degree cylinder displays over there, which is important for group viewings and public demos, where headsets aren't always readily available. No formal testing were conducted. However, this is something we're planning for future considerations. But through informal testing with our supervisors, fellow students, and colleagues, there were consistent comments around realism, immersion, and the depth effect within the stereoscopic videos. Once again, these are all anecdotal, but these reactions were a useful sign that the design intent were actually being achieved. One of the most important findings of this project wasn't about any of the capturing process, but it was during testing we found that participants who were unfamiliar with VR headsets often struggle to operate the headset's interface or the built-in video player. This creates a small but meaningful problem, and it's that people sometimes struggle to select the correct files, they can confuse about navigation, and all of that breaks immersion. Even if the content itself is good, the overall experience of it becomes fragmented. This matters a lot because this project is designed for education and public engagement, and in those contexts, you can't always assume the audience is comfortable with VR. If the interface is a barrier, the experience fails regardless of the content. So to solve that usability barrier, I built a custom Unity application that enables synchronization across multiple VR headsets. The idea here is simple. One device acts as a host controller, and the other headsets act as client devices. The host then selects the video and controls the playback, and that state is then mirrored across all the headsets connected. This design improves the user experience immediately. Instead of being distracted by controls, participants can now just focus on the environment. They can look around, listen, and just be present in the scene. So for all this, I want to talk about the key outcomes and limitations. So what worked well overall? The stereoscopic playback was great, the depth was great, and the environments felt spatially convincing. The workflow itself was repeatable across multiple locations, meaning that it can scale to more environments without needing to reinvent the process every time. The synchronized playback system also worked reliably. And from a practical deployment perspective, this may be one of the most valuable outcomes of this project because it makes the experience much more accessible. Finally, the playback across multiple different display systems was successful, meaning that the content itself isn't locked into one hardware or software ecosystem. And here are some trade-offs. As mentioned earlier, audio was the biggest recurring constraint, and this limitation can be improved in future by capturing more isolated locations, using stronger wind prediction like proper windshields, or even planning sessions around calmer weather and less busier times. Another trade-off was the capture format. So earlier capture sessions used the RAW format because it offered maximum flexibility and quality. But RAW creates massive files and unsustainable render times, so later sessions shifted to HEVC capture, which provided a far better balance between quality and practicality. So after all this, why does it matter? First, it demonstrates feasibility, that it is possible to capture real natural environments and turn them into immersive experiences, while also using a workflow that is replicable. Secondly, it creates a foundation for evaluation. A lot of research points to presence as a key part of immersive experiences, and nature relatedness as an important idea when we talk about connection to nature. I won't go into detail about what these two means, but very briefly, presence is the feeling of actually being there in the environment, and nature relatedness is how connected you feel to the environment. But the key thing is that these experiences were built with those two ideas in mind so that they're ready to be evaluated in future works. Lastly, it also supports environmental education and outreach. Instead of encouraging travel to these locations, sensitive locations rather, immersive experiences can offer an alternative way to engage people with more diverse environments. Again, this is not as a replacement for nature, but more as a complement. So for future works, there are several clear next steps. The biggest is formal evaluation. Thanks to my amazing supervisors, surveys have already been developed, and future works can administer pre and post experiences to measure the variables like presence, mood, nature relatedness, and so on, to explore how different environments and maybe different display systems can influence these outcomes. And from a production standpoint, future works can improve on the audio quality, capture techniques, site selections, and post-production techniques. The content library can also be expanded to include more environments, more seasonal variations, different time of day, and additional ecological contexts. And there's also the potential to incorporate indigenous perspectives through narration and collaboration. And this could add cultural meaning, which deeper space-specific narratives, which is a powerful direction for environmental education. So to wrap this all up, this internship produced immersive nature videos and a repeatable workflow for creating these experiences. And the key takeaway is that these immersive media can be used in a practical and accessible way to help people engage with real natural environments. Thank you all for listening.
Any questions? Fortunately, I got one. How much content do you have in your normal demo? You've probably chosen a sweet spot.
I think there's roughly, it depends on the different screens, but that cylinder has I think 20 minutes of content. Mm-hmm. The headsets have roughly 40 minutes. Oh. And that dome, I'm not sure, because we just got that working, so, okay. Yeah.
And how many different sites in each of these different versions?
There were 6 sites, but I think only 4 or 5 of them were used. The headsets has 7 clips through 4 of them. This one has 4 clips. I'm not sure about the dome once again. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Any questions? Yes, question from the crowd.
Rod Love, very interesting. Yes, very exciting. Landscapes. What about animals in landscape? What would be involved in capturing wildlife?
Wildlife is always nice to have, but it depends on the animals, basically. If we go to these sites, there are no animals there, there's not much we can do. In one of the clips, there was a duck swimming in the lake, but I think that's the only one where there was any form of animals in it. But that was just by pure coincidence that the duck managed to show up in the frame.
If
technically you could adapt the workflow to accommodate moving objects?
We want to keep the shot static, so even if there were moving objects, like unless we know there's going to be a moving animal going through this scene and we place a camera there specifically to capture it, there's, at least I haven't thought of any way to reliably do that.
Animals are usually a little bit hard to direct, aren't they?
Yeah, like I can't talk to them saying, oh, could you go into frame? Like, that's not really possible.
Usually the way is you have the cameras there for a long time.
Yeah.
Are you able to remotely start and stop the cameras?
I'm not sure with the Canon, but with the Ricoh you can. But there's other problems like you just can't capture for a very long time because these are massive files. These are 8K files, and there's also batteries on these cameras. They're not going to last the entire thing. You're also just leaving the camera there in the wild for nature to consume them, basically. So there's also that to worry about.
It's our Hall-sensitive camera.
Thank you very much. I'm Milo, sort of a Ashley Sciences. Really fascinating and obviously coming from a great place in terms of talking about complementing a lot of times for people with inaccessibility or preserving the environment. What's the research, or how do you even find that sweet spot to ensure that doesn't slip into maybe, I don't know, that kind of influencer kind of effect where maybe it'll be now descended upon by thousands of people looking at that shot and damaging nature that way, or people becoming, it's working so well that they no longer feel the need to protect that site because essentially you captured the experience they want and they no longer need that. Maybe coming from a tricky question, but is there a way that you can manage that to ensure that it is hitting those good goals and not going dark?
That's a good question, actually.
You're a computer scientist, that's
yes.
probably not quite your field.
I mainly focus on the practical aspect of this project, but if my supervisor would like to say something, he'll focus more on the...
The intended use of it. The intended use of the videos is for educational purposes. This would be used in schools, it would be used for, we've got a conference in Perth for World Environmental Education Congress. This was the project that really framed around creating experiences for people there, so they've already flown all the way to Perth from all over the world, and the pollution associated with that, so they didn't then need to go and then travel around to war damage. There's a sort of constellation around that. What's the participants of the conference? So that's the kind of framing of this. It's not, we're not intending that these would be made available online or in a format that would be general consumption. They are going to be specifically situated within an experience as part of an educational process. So we're not seeing these really as being a tourism thing. Tourism WA wants to do something similar. We pick places that will support for that, those experiences.
Thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Craig. Oh, thank you very much, our chair. This is now our demonstration time. We will have Lee on the tile display here. We'll have Karina in the back of the room. She has content on the hologram table and also the wedge and also a phone running the Android application. And Hao Tian will be primarily on the cylinder, but the content will also be running on the dome as well. And I think you also have a headset as well. Yes? Good. I should also thank the HIVE team that are here. Daniel Adams is currently running our live stream, looking like Mr. Production Central there. And Ash is standing up the back. Ash has been the main coordinator of the internship program this year, so thank you for all his efforts. Roughly 10:50, there will be some catering outside. We can't have food inside the hive, unfortunately, so we'll let you know when it's ready. But please go around, say hello to all the interns. I must say that now we have a third of our interns being very happy, and the other 2/3 of our interns still being very stressed, probably. Take it easy, you'll be fine. You'll notice that these interns did a great job, and we look forward to hearing the other ones. Our next session will start at 10 minutes past 11 with Mariella, Zoe and Gleb, and then after lunch we'll have Alden, Dylan and Alex. Thanks everyone. All the interns will go to their relevant areas now, and please engage with the displays. And for those of you online, sorry it took us a little while to get some hiccups sorted out. All of these presentations will be going on our main YouTube channel in time, in short little clips. We did get it running properly for Karina's presentation. We're not streaming the demonstrations, but we'll be restarting the stream at 10 minutes past 11, so please join us then. Thank you everyone. Oh, actually I should ask one more question. Are there any questions from the audience online? Daniel? Daniel's not listening. He's got the headphones on. Are there any questions from the YouTube channel?
No, but there was a comment for Karina. I wish you all the best in your future endeavours. May I have your details because the startup I'm working for could leverage your knowledge and experience.
Sounds good. Making connections already. All right, thanks Daniel, thanks everyone, and we'll restart at 10 minutes past 11. Thank you. Silence. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the HIVE Summer Internship Showcase. Let me just double check with Daniel that we are streaming. Do we have thumbs up? Yes, good. Wonderful. So welcome to those who are joining us online, and importantly, thanks for those of you who are joining us in person as well. Can I just do a quick show of hands? Who has been, sorry, who is this the first time you've been to the HIVE? So probably about 40% of the audience. That's good. So thank you for coming. Yeah, so for those of you who are new to the facility, the HIVE is the university's visualisation facility. It's both a physical facility, all the displays you see around us, and also a small team that operate the facility and support academic staff to use the equipment here, and also importantly develop visualisations and research software to support research projects around the university. As you'll see here, we've got lots of different projects across the day, and this is a really good snapshot of all the different wild and wonderful different topics we work in. So I'd like to kick off this session of 3 presenters with Mariela Gonzalez. She's now in the 2nd year of her master's degree specialising in geospatial intelligence. Let me click the button to bring up her presentation. She's being supervised by Noor Zhuang with support from, I think Ash was supporting this particular project. And so this particular scholarship was supported by the Faculty of Business and Law under the HIVE scheme. And I will hand over to Mariela. Can I click that a little more?
Hello everyone, thank you for coming, especially to my supervisor. Thank you, Now. Thank you, Ash, for your guide during the project. Today I'm going to present the main results of an spatial analysis focused on road safety around a school zone in Western Australia. To understand why this matters, I'll start to give you some brief background. In 2023, 1,270 Australians lost their life during crash accidents. In fact, 39 of them were children. Road crashes are among the top 3 causes of hospitalization and ranked as the 2nd or the 4th cause of death. So the key question here is not only to know how many crashes happen, but also to know where they happen and why. So to answer that question, we have done this study, which actually analyzed road crashes around school zones in Perth metropolitan area. We have used data from 2019 to 2023. A spatial and multi-year approach allows us to identify patterns rather than just study isolated events. Instead of analyzing schools as individuals, we have studied several factors as well, such as public transport services, road crashes distribution, road crashes severity, traffic, local traffic, and then socioeconomic vulnerability. So let's start. I'll present you some of the main results. This map is showing the road crash risk. As you can see, what is clear to me, it might not be as clear to you because the slide is not that, the points are not that big, but we're gonna fix it, this one right now. Here we can see high risk areas is not randomly distributed. They keep appearing on the same areas across the city year by year. We got here northern part. They also came to western part, CBD, eastern part, Victoria Park and surroundings, and we also have another spot here in Fremantle and surrounding. Higher risk, I'm also would like to draw your attention to this graph, which also highlight that areas remain sort of stable around the year, but as you can see here, these areas are changing over the time. Despite the areas remaining stable, there is a switch between the risk categories. And I also would like to highlight the COVID event effect on this time. Before 2020, the categories were more or less evenly distributed, whereas after COVID, medium risk remained dominant. So why does this happen? Let's have a look. We have to look at crash count. On this map, we're seeing road crash count from 2019 to 2023. I mean, in this map, the crashes appear to be everywhere, right? They appear to be spread across the city. However, what happens if we just focus on the areas that actually concentrate the higher numbers of risk? There is a clear pattern starting to appear. We got roads that actually concentrates more of the crashes, and this road also structured the mobility of Perth, and also connecting north to south and east to west. I want to ask you or request you to remember these same hotspots I'm presenting now, because now we're gonna compare the normal situation around the year just with the school zone situation. This is showing as well road crash count, but just on the school zones. In gray color, you can see the suburbs that actually have a high crash count, which is similar spot as I showed you before. Looking at all years together allow us to identify these patterns. In 2019, the high crash count is limited to a certain number of suburbs. However, as we move forward in time, we start to see how the same areas remain affected, as well as how other areas became to be involved in this process. It's actually like the crash effect is spreading from the initial hotspots identified in 2019. It's like the pattern is expanding. You might be asking why it's happening in these areas. Well, there is just a common feature around this suburb, and it's the fact that they all have mixed land use. All of them, they have either residential use, commercial, maybe a little bit of industrial, and all of these ones are presenting mixed land use, and all of the roads that are connecting these areas have different vehicles going through there. Let's have a look. The suburbs I mentioned before that has highest crash count. When we compare the situation, we can prioritize these three, which has the highest count. On these slides, we're not seeing not only how many crashes happen, but also under what situation. If we compare the type of crashes here with the overall tendency, with the drop-off at pick-up time across the three locations, we can see a clear pattern. Can you identify which is? Actually, the rear-end collision became the dominant type crash count. I know it might be weird, I know you might be wondering what's happening with Australians. Are they daydreaming? Are they distracted? What is happening with the crashes? Why is this one the most popular one, or why is the dominant one? Whichever the situation is, this slide is actually telling us that this situation is happening and we have to look forward in time if it remains. When we compare the results with 2023, it is clear that the pattern remains. The rear-end collision remains as the dominant crash time across the year in the same location. This is an important finding, and also I would like to highlight that between 20 and 40% of the crashes happen during drop-off and pick-up time, making a school zone a higher risk zone. Well, we have looked at where they happen, how many. Now let's try to explain why is this happening. On this map, we are seeing annually average daily traffic in 3 scenarios. On the first one, using the whole year, the whole data. On the second image, just using the 7 to 9 to simulate the traffic during drop-off time. On the third one, just using 2 to 4 to simulate the pickup time. And now we are trying to see the suburbs there. Are they having heavy traffic? Because as I told you before, these areas that most traffic collision were near to the corridors, to the high volume corridors. Are they actually having it? So as thicker the line is, as more volume we'll have. And we actually can see there that, for example, Midland or Fremantle doesn't have very high traffic. And if we compare the distance from their school zone throughout this scale, the distance from the school zone with a very high traffic road, we actually can see they're not that close to each other. They already have a separation that with more than 250 meters. You might be asking, why is this important? Actually, schools are not located in highways or freeways. It's common sense, right? Why is this happening then? And it's because to go to schools, drivers usually take the high-speed corridors, and then they go closer to the school zone, and then a speed suddenly drop. And what the driver has to do? Adapt quickly. I'm driving 100 meters per hour, now how to drive 40? Of course, this transition generates braking, constant braking, stopping, and sometimes retarded reaction. They're not allowed to react on time. This might help us to explain why rear end collision is the main cause. You might be thinking, okay, let's stop driving, let's use public transport. Is actually helping? Well, I bring you again the suburbs with the highest crash count, and you also see on the lines the number of buses scheduled during the weekdays from 7 to 4 on the first map, 7 to 9 on the second, and in the last one, 9 to 4. As you can see there, many of the areas, all of the suburb, has a very good service of public transport. They might have more than 100 buses going through there. You might think, no, maybe they just got one route, they don't want to use this one. Let's check. On this map on the dots, I'm showing you diversity of routes. How many different routes go through there? I would like to highlight Fremantle, for instance. It has between 3 and 8 different routes with more than 100 buses going through. So all of these suburbs, they are well served of public services. What it means is actually public transport is not helping to alleviate or to solve this pressure of traffic conditions. On this slide, I just want to highlight the socioeconomic vulnerabilities. This slide is showing areas with high socioeconomic disadvantage. And it also showing us road crash count, on the red dots being the highest one. As you if you make me the favor to remember the areas I mentioned you before, you can actually see how the areas with high vulnerability keeps overlapping with the road crash count. We got here, for instance, Osborne Park, Morley, Fremantle and surroundings, Victoria Park and surrounding, Cannington, and also, on more important ones, we got areas with very, very high vulnerability. We got here Midland, Gosnell, And new areas I haven't mentioned before because the crash ground is not as high as the other one. It doesn't mean it doesn't matter. They still have crashes. We got Rockingham and Mandurah. To wrap up this discussion, I'd like to try you to remember three things. The first one is suburbs with mixed land use tend to have higher crash count. The second one is high crash count not always aligned with the traffic volume. And the last one is the dominant crash type around the school zone is the rare collision. On that slide, I'm gonna reinforce the message. I just bring this image back because we also did create a dashboard, a 3D dashboard, and it might help me to help you as well to understand my message. So the first one was suburbs with mixed land use tend to have higher crash count. Here you can see pillars, right? The red ones. So if we see where the pillars located, we can see them here, the same suburb I mentioned before. We got here Osborne Park, then we go per CBD. If we go here to the eastern, we got Morley, Mount Lowley, Midland. If we go to the southeast, we got here Victoria Park until come to Gosnell. So same location, mixed land use. Now, if we compare the crash count, the pillars with the traffic corridors, then we can see here Mitchell Freeway. And we can see here another big highway. Do you think this is, let's just think about the thicker of this line. Do you think the volume of traffic going through here is the same that's going to Fremantle? It's not, right? And despite that, we got a big pillar here on Fremantle. So I'm just want to reinforce the takeaways. And the other one, it might be a bit different to see on this screen, but just keep in mind, rare collision, it's a dominant crash type. That's all what I have to say today. Thank you so much for coming. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mariella. Are there any questions from the audience? I'm trying to think of a question myself. I usually try to think of one in the scheme. There's so much information and data here. This is really great. It just proves the power of what I tend to call interactive visualization, being able to bring all these interesting visuals and being able to interact with them to pull out the interesting information. Which area probably is the area that interests you most in the Perth CBD? What area what captured your attention?
Okay, if I have to pick an area, I would say Victoria Park and surroundings, because on this area, if you're interested, during the demo I'll show you, we got an interesting point in Victoria Park where we have 3 schools overlapping each other, the school zone, and we got more than 34 crash accidents in the same point. It's unbelievable. We got 5 pedestrian bumped on there, on the same school. It's not that far away. It shouldn't be a big issue, but it is. It's like, what's happening there? And yeah, I'll pick that area. I'll show you all the details during the demo.
So school zones have been expanded significantly just in the past 6 months, I think it is. The area of the 40-kilometre zone has increased quite a bit. Do you think that's going to be a solution?
I think the solution is not to increase the school zone. It's more regarding to give them more pre-warnings to the drivers. Because maybe we can keep the school zone as it is, but just include more warning, like, okay, keep watching, your velocity, your velocity is going to be dropped. Just keep it in mind, and keep it reminding. Because sometimes they just distracted or, I don't know, I have no idea what they're doing. They're not paying attention. And then when they go closer to the school zone, they saw a camera and they just brake. as another person do because they don't want to get a fine. But then, due to the suddenly brake, he bumped into the car in front of them.
Yeah. Any questions from the front? Yes, we have. Just say your name.
Thanks for the presentation, Elliot from Main Roads. Question, would your data, the analysis that you've done, be able to draw an insight as to whether it is safer to take the car, take the bus, or walk to school?
Well, in the way I'm presenting right now, it might not, but during the demo, it will give you like a very instructive line how to increase security for either of the vehicle, either walking, driving, or taking a bus.
Any other questions from the audience?
Is there like an accompanying statistical model, or is it visuals?
Oh, this is more like a visualization 3D. The model here is just created with ArcGIS Online, and all of these one, they're independently layers that you're going to be able to turn in and turn out, and you can zoom in and zoom out. We're actually not doing like a modeling from that. We're not summarizing categories. We're just we're just creating a combination of them to highlight the important points here.
Any other questions from the audience? Oh, we've got one online. I'll run down the back so Daniel can read out the question.
Question from online, would integrating object recognition or semantic labeling enhance educational impact?
Definitely. From the background review we have done, one of the previous main causes of crashes was not labeling, not knowing there is an object coming ahead of them. It might not be reflected on this one because of the detail we have on the data. If we could have like more detailed situation of why the crash didn't happen, it might be reflected on that.
How do you manage geospatial alignment between crash data and sociodemographic layers?
Well, this is a very interesting point. To actually be able to compare of the data, we create a fishnet, same unit to align all the information there. And then it don't gonna matter if it's socioeconomic or crash count or if severity or whatever, because all of the data is using on the same scale, thanks to the grid we have done.
Very good. Any other questions? If not, I think we'll finish there. You can all, if you do have any other questions, you can always speak to Mariella during the demo. Thank you, Mariella.
Thank you. Oh, sí, señor. Sorry.
Mariella tried to run away with the microphone. Please come in. Oops. Let me just go to the next one, and we will bring up Gleb's presentation. So the final presentation of this block is Gleb Lubin. Oh, sorry. Oops. What am I doing? Hang on. Getting carried away. How could I forget Zoe? All right. Ignore all of that. Oops. Our next presenter is Zoe Carlson. He is now a third-year undergraduate student studying mechanical engineering. He's also on the Curtin Motorsport team, and this particular project is supervised by Michael Dizon from the Faculty of Business and Law. and is focused on VR technologies and immersive content and virtual court hearings for legal practice and training. And his content will be on the Dome and the Wedge. So over to you, Zoe. Sorry about that.
All good. So, as said, my project is on virtual reality technologies and immersive content in virtual court hearings for legal practice and training. The objectives for this project are to investigate the different equipment required to produce an immersive experience, then to produce a proof of concept immersive experience of a moot court session, and for that to act as a stepping stone to achieving further equity of access to virtual hearings, as current online attendees may feel that the people's right to a public hearing may be infringed upon due to the limited field of view or limited viewing angles in current video link technologies used. The goal of any immersive experience is to produce a functionally equivalent replication of a fully real experience. I think a common example for this is communication. You may be aware of the progression of emails and messaging up to calls and then to video calls, but what makes these forms of distant communication capable of more expression and thus better communication? In text, it's obviously difficult to express tone, but in moving up to audio calls, you gain those common vocal features such as tone, pitch, pace, and volume. Up another step to video calls, you then gain facial expressions, and some are possibly all like full body language. This is where video link technology is currently, with solutions such as Microsoft Teams, as is most commonly used for remote appearances in court. But then what's missing at this point so far? The environment and the co-presence, the relative position of other people. These factors are present in existing video link solutions, but they're more of a background feature rather than a highlight. These may not be particularly important for a standard meeting, but in the court of law, the context of the environment of the courtroom with the coat of arms and the co-presence of others, such as the judge, is important in reminding people that they are in fact in a court of law, and to retain those feelings of respect and authority even within a virtual space, just as they would if they were physically there. And I believe the solution for this, and thus the next step from current video link technology, lies within virtual reality and also augmented reality technologies. This technology specializes in this sort of visualization as it is derived from the stereoscope, where you can see specifically arranged pairs of flat two-dimensional images in a sort of pseudo three-dimensional form. These stereoscopes predate even photographs, with that 1838 one being tested only with drawings because photographs didn't exist at the time. Moving on from there, there's also these slide-type stereographs, which are used in lens-based stereoscopes, which start to resemble more modern-day virtual reality head-mounted displays. In terms of capture, there are stereo cameras that are dating back to the 1900s, while currently there are also cameras that use their single sensor with, say, a dual fisheye lens to capture the same stereo effect, as well as particular tripods that may be capable of carrying two full-frame cameras, as long as the settings and alignment and everything are all in sync between them. Alternatively, more towards the consumer side, you have handheld devices such as the Nintendo 3DS and the Xreal Beam Pro in a phone format. Essentially, stereoscopy is the way to view flat images in a three-dimensional form, and a VR headset is really just a head-mounted stereoscope with digital displays. VR and AR technology is already in trial use primarily for training purposes, most predominantly within safety, medical, and even military fields, but are also slowly creeping into industry practice in these fields with, for example, real-time assistance in certain medical procedures. There's also an important distinction between redisplaying captured content and computer-generated simulation. Both of these are used in training purposes, but the difference is typically that simulation type content is far more interactive. For example, a flight simulator where, of course, you're controlling a certain aircraft. Whereas this project is more of the redisplaying type, where it involves capturing a scene and then reviewing that footage on a device such as a VR headset or even just a computer monitor. I think the field of law can potentially benefit from this as well, primarily for learning and training in educational settings, but also potentially for moving to a more immersive video link technology in virtual hearings over just using Microsoft Teams for a standard online meeting format in order to gain that greater equity of access that comes from having a wider field of view and the context of the environment. So how do we do this? The workflow used is to start off recording with a camera, in this case the Canon R5C with its dual fisheye lens, which of course gives you a dual fisheye video input as visible on the left. This is also mounted on a tripod to keep the shot stable, as all of these shots are static to prevent any risk of motion sickness when viewing those back. From here you have to convert it to the common equirectangular format. For me, I did this using the Canon EOS VR utility, followed up by Stereo Movie Maker. This is not only to get it into the equirectangular format, but also to do alignment between the eyes so that you don't have eye strain, particularly when looking to the edges of the screen. With alignment is really important, and it's essential that it's only horizontal offset, because that's pretty much the same as your actual eyes, so that a viewer, again, doesn't experience eye strain. Next, you just need to export it as a common compatible file format and codec, such as MP4 and H.264, which is what is most commonly used and maximizes compatibility with both video players as well as platforms such as YouTube. Then you reach the point where it's viewable. But also not just in VR. If you upload it to YouTube, for example, even 360 and 180 degree videos are viewable, and you can look around with them even on desktop and mobile devices, just the same as you would looking around with a VR headset. The process is mostly the same for monoscopic 360 video, which was also tested. The only difference is that alignment between eyes doesn't need to occur. It's replaced by more of a stitching process, but those are very similar processes because you're aligning it so that you don't have any major discrepancy between the views or any discontinuities. Comparing those the two cameras used, you have a full frame camera, the Canon R5C, as well as a consumer grade 360 camera such as the Insta360 X4. The Canon R5C can record in a slightly higher than usual 8K up to 60 FPS, albeit only in RAW format. Otherwise, it's limited to 30 FPS. This resolution equates to 23 pixels per degree. I'll explain pixels per degree in the next slide, but it's a better form of resolution for this sort of application. The Canon R5C is also limited by a 60-minute battery life, however, when recording at 8K. However, as a full-frame camera, it's easy to swap out the battery or attach an external power source. And since it's only recording 180 degrees, you can anything behind the camera is hidden and won't be visible within your scene. Unlike with the Insta360 X4, which is a 360-degree camera, being in a small form factor, it tends to overheat before the battery runs out when recording at 8K. This 70 minutes is longer than the Canon would last. However, connecting external power to it would only make it overheat quicker. So that would reduce the working time. So that really is the limit at this resolution, and only runs that at 30 FPS. So if you want 60 FPS, resolution has to be knocked down to 5.7K. And these two resolutions equate to 21 and 16 pixels per degree, respectively. Pixels per degree is an important measure because it measures perceived resolution. And unlike pixels per inch, which is related to the physical size of your device. Pixels per degree matters with the distance you're viewing it from, as well as your screen size. So this makes situations like holding your phone at arm's length versus viewing a TV across the room, or even a VR headset, all comparable, and those are the exact examples I've put up here. As you can see, with a 6-inch phone at a distance of 16 centimeters, which is about arm's length, that's about 102 ppd. A 60-inch 4K TV at 2 meters is 105 ppd. But common consumer headsets, the Meta Quest 3, is only at 25 ppd. Even enterprise level headsets like the Apple Vision Pro with a significantly higher resolution is still only at 34 ppd. And most importantly, our camera, the Canon, even though it's recording in 8K, it's technically 4K per eye. But this 4K is stretched across 180 degree field of view, thus reducing it only to 23 pixels per degree. This is why, although you may hear 8K or 16K resolution in VR or 360 degree content, you might think that's a high resolution, as you would with traditional content. But in these cases, it's not so much the case. Beyond this, the streaming is the next major step for this project, which with its investigation into capture and playback, with this project's investigation into capture and playback was a major step in getting to that stage and creating a streaming workflow. As such, there is a live streaming workflow investigated, but only for the Insta360 camera, as that has a simple feature on it, such as called webcam mode, where you just connect that camera to a computer and it just is usable as a normal webcam, as the mode name might suggest. And simply using software such as open broadcasting software or OBS, you can stream to YouTube, Facebook, whatever else, the same way as you would any other situation. This mode, however, is limited to a much lower resolution of 2.8K and only at 30 FPS. This is set by the manufacturer to avoid overheating, especially since it's also connected to a power source. This resolution equates to only 8 pixels per degree, and frankly, that's not great, even if it can operate indefinitely. A potential future workflow involving the Canon camera for streaming would involve figuring out a back-end pipeline which can do all the equirectangular alignment and everything in the sort of packet video format that live streams function on. This process would also have to be functioning in real-time speeds or faster, so you'll need a really powerful computer to process resolutions like 8K in real time, as not even high-end consumer PCs are able to do that. Another element important for immersion and access equity is, of course, a good audio capture system. In my demos, only the onboard microphones of the cameras were used. So for the most part, only the person behind the camera can be heard clearly. So solutions for this may include having lav mics on every speaker and then spatializing that in post in something like Unity. Alternatively, there are spatial microphones on the market, which of course is far more expensive than just a handful of lav mics. In a similar price range to that is also the professional grade Insta360 Pro 2, same brand as that consumer grade 360 camera, but it's a whole unit capable of stereoscopic 360 degree camera as it has footage, as it has 6 cameras on it, along with 4 onboard microphones, and is also apparently capable of 8K live streaming. So that may be the best way forward. That's all from me, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Zoe. Are there any questions from the audience? Thank you. Thank you. How close do you think we would be to be able to stream the R5C dual fisheye system?
As long as you can figure out a way, in terms of computational requirements, the computers here at the HIVE for example, would definitely be capable of doing 8K 30 FPS. But the hard part is figuring out how to work with the streaming workflow, because unlike having a full, say, 3-minute file, which you can just drop into your standard video editors, live streams work off of like 1 to 4 second packets, and intercepting that is something I haven't particularly looked into, and as far as I know, is quite complex.
So, although you're doing mechanical engineering, it sounds like you're quite tech. You've got a lot of tech capability yourself, but are you a programmer as well?
I'm not. I did do computer science, but only in high school, but only up till year 10. Mm-hmm. Other than that, everything else is just hobby level work, as I own a computer and a VR headset as well. While I don't produce any video content or anything, I have done some amount of this stuff.
Yeah, it was good to hear that you had a Quest Pro, and you're familiar with the techniques and the operations. This sort of experience would now be limited, for the moment, would be limited to host. In other words, only viewing pre-captured and then processed content, as we can see on the screens at the moment. How do you see that being used?
It could absolutely already, well, as long as you record a relevant, like, mock trial, you could absolutely immediately use it in the education settings as an example. That is, of course, a bit more immersive than just viewing one camera position on like a desktop viewport, or even through the 360 cameras that are present in the moot court. Since those are up on the ceiling, that's a bit of a different feeling than being at the perspective of one of the important speakers.
Any other questions from the audience? Oh, we've got an online question from Daniel.
So what are the biggest technical barriers preventing VR from being adopted at scale in legal systems?
I'd say the board.
Yeah, even the technology as a whole is also, the technology as entirely, like as an industry, despite, even though it's been around for 10 years with like the Oculus development kits and stuff, it's still definitely considered a niche thing. And because of that, it also affects the technical side, where the tools and all of the software and firmware required isn't quite up to the same level that you could just use like existing cameras for standard content that you view on like TV and such.
Very good. Are there any other questions, Daniel? Very good. Any other questions from the audience? If not, we'll thank Zoe and thank you. Zoe nearly tried to run away with it again. Not again for him, but... All right. This time I will introduce Gleb Lubin. He is now, as of this year, in his third year of Bachelor of Software Engineering degree. His supervisors, academic supervisors on this project are Kit Misha-Muir and Adam Rock, and has been supported by the HIVE team, myself and Daniel Adams. And let me go to the correct slideshow this time. So over to you, Gleb.
Hey everybody, thank you for coming to today's presentations. I'm Gleb, and today I would like to show you all what the HIVE team and I have been working on over the past 10 or so weeks, and that is the Art of Peace, Art After War virtual exhibition. Now what it is it's a virtual recreation of the real exhibition that took place at the Art Gallery of Western Australia. It featured 9 artists from 3 different countries, and these artists explored themes of trauma, memory, and resilience after conflicts in their countries through their artworks. Now, this exhibition and the project are part of a larger research project led by Curtin University, and the exhibition specifically is the result of field work conducted by academics in those countries. And these are the countries and the artists featured. So from Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have Mladen Mihanovic, Aida Shahovic, and Adela Jusic. From Rwanda, we have Teta Shell, Innocent Nkurunziza, and Cedric Mitera. And from Timor-Leste, we have Bernardino Soares, Ino Bere, and Maria Madeira. There were 5 main artwork types represented: paintings and print, 3-dimensional works, installations, where the arrangement of all the pieces was particularly important, pure video, and audio. This is the list of all the media that was used. A particular challenge for me in this project was being given all the available media. There were hundreds of photographs, and sifting through all of them and finding the most suitable ones was very time-consuming, as well as the fact that by the time I started working, the exhibition had been over for a long time, for months, so I couldn't go back and retake any photos or videos if I needed, so I only worked with what I had. A major inspiration for this project was another project that was undertaken at the HIVE by the HIVE team. Is called Beacon Virtua. Now, Beacon Virtua is a virtual tour of the island where the ship Batavia shipwrecked, and it is available on numerous different platforms. And some of the features present in this tour are present in the Art of Peace virtual exhibition, such as information panels, an automatic guided tour, and 360-degree photographs, such as these ones. Now, before starting on the final version, I developed a prototype in a software called Matterport. And Matterport is very easy to use. All I did was I uploaded all the 360-degree photographs available to me, and Matterport automatically stitched them together to provide this experience that you could step through at the points where the photographs were taken, as denoted by the circles on the floor. Now, despite being easy to implement, it had very limited functionality. You couldn't move freely through the space. You couldn't import any models. It was all just photographs. And it had no 3D capabilities to be used on the cylinder display. But this prototype was useful in that it highlighted which features were useful and which weren't so necessary. Additionally, we laid out some high-level objectives the project had to meet. We wanted it to be a faithful recreation of the space. It needed to convey the artist's intentions, be information dense, usable by a large group of people simultaneously. Now, from the outset, one of my supervisors, Professor Kit, wanted to use this as a learning tool for his students, for them to see what the exhibition was like, and to cater to all the students simultaneously needed to be used by a group of people. And we wanted it to be intuitive to navigate. Now, for the development environment, we chose a software called Unity. Now, Unity is primarily used to make games, but it can also be used to create experiences such as this one. It is highly sophisticated, and the HIVE team is very familiar with it, so it was an obvious choice. And this is like a behind-the-scenes look at my development environment. I needed a way to represent all these 3D artworks. I couldn't just import images of them. I needed to actually make the 3D models somehow. I needed to arrange all the artworks correctly, and as I mentioned earlier, this is particularly important for installations. I needed to implement logic. This is to make the experience more interactable, and is something that Matterport lacked. And this is an image of C#. It's the language that Unity uses for programming. And I need to leave some time for finishing touches to make it more presentable. Now, for rendering those 3D artworks, it was first proposed to use a technique called Gaussian splatting. And it's a very new volume rendering technique. It renders a bunch of these oval-shaped splats that create pretty realistic scenes. This image is taken straight from the research paper, and it is not a photograph, it is a Gaussian splat, despite looking so realistic. Very interesting. Unfortunately, this could not be used because the version of Unity we were confined to was too old to support any Gaussian splatting rendering techniques. So we settled for an alternative in point clouds. And all a point cloud is it's a collection of points in space that represent a 3D object. If you look at the first image there, it's literally just a bunch of points that make up the caskets, and if you look closely, you will notice gaps between them. Now, this highlighted the first issue we ran into with point clouds, and it is that if you got physically too close to them, they disappeared. That was because they were the scans that we took, or that the people who gave me the footage took, were not dense enough. So to partially resolve this issue, I used a software called Open3D, and it automatically estimated and filled the gaps between these points. Unfortunately, this came at a cost of visual quality, so it was not a fully fleshed out solution. And this is the final version of caskets, the point clouds that were used in the project. These are two more works, Well Known by Maria Madeira and Protection by Cedric Butero. Now, to partially compensate for this loss in visual quality, we decided to use VR 180 3D photographs. And these photographs help achieve this 3D effect when you put on the 3D glasses where the image kind of pops out of the screen. Overall, it was good. We had slight vertical misalignments, which made it a little bit unpleasant to view that we couldn't resolve, but overall still pleasant enough to view to be used in the final version. This is part of the additional media system I've implemented. You can view the photographs, and I've also included video scans that show the objects from all angles. I have implemented information panels that tell viewers more about the artworks and the artists represented. So if you get close to an artwork, for example, you get an option to interact with it, and if you do an information panel, it pops up, and then you can collapse it. I have implemented 360-degree photographs to really let the users know what the space looked like in real life. There's at least one in each room, and this specific room has, I think, 4, and I'm just showing 2 of them here. That's the first one, and this is the second one. I've also implemented an automatic tour that goes from one checkpoint to another. Some checkpoints have audio recordings, so you listen to those, wait for it to finish, and then the tour automatically takes you to the next checkpoint. And as you will shortly see here, it will take the player from this artwork to the caskets. I have also implemented video interviews. If you step inside that box on the ground, you can unpause the interview, watch it, and if you step back, the video collapses. I also needed to accurately recreate the lighting as it was in the real exhibition. So that room to the left is the void room, and it was very brightly lit. That room had contained AIDA's installation, and the lighting reflected what was on screen at the time. So at this particular moment, it was like a bluish tint. This is Adela's installation, and that one particularly had to be dark. I have also implemented media manipulation capabilities, so you can, as you can see on this video recording, I'm rewinding 10 seconds forward a couple of times, and then I'm restarting the interview from the very beginning. And these manipulations also work for audio. This is Adela's installation. While you're behind that line, all the videos are playing at the same time. And if you step away, step behind that line, the videos pause. Now, just some insights for anybody thinking of doing something similar that I found to be particularly useful. Make sure you think of your technology first and then capture the media afterwards. It was the other way around for this project, which made development somewhat more difficult because I had to adapt to what I already had in terms of the media. Capture as much videos, photos, and audio as you can. This is to prevent you from going back and forth between developing and the exhibition. And sometimes the exhibition wasn't even available, as it was for me. Focus on user-friendliness. By the end of the day, you're developing this for people who are not familiar with your project, and you want them to be able to use it. Preferably work while the exhibition is still running. If you happen to find that you do not have some photos that you need, you can always just go back and capture them again. This was not an option for this project, unfortunately. Focus on the artist's intentions. If you're developing anything art-related, you're representing their work, and it is your responsibility to do the due diligence to represent their artworks fairly. and from the start focus on high quality code. This is important because this will save you lots of headaches in the future once you start adding more features, and you inevitably will. So the two main outcomes of this project are the Matterport and Unity versions, with the Unity version being the more complete experience. Unfortunately, 3D Gaussian splats failed to render, and it is an opportunity for future research. Some artworks are incomplete. We've requested the artworks from the artists, and 2 of them failed to send through their videos, so those works are incomplete. This project differentiates itself from other related projects by supporting stereoscopic 3D technology, and all the objectives that we set at the start, we met. Ultimately, this project was a success and lays solid foundation for future research into virtual exhibitions and tours. This marks the end of my presentation. I hope you'll all learn something interesting, and if you have any questions, now is a good time to ask them.
Are there any questions?
So I saw the exhibition several times live. And I think what you've done is a really realistic representation of the artworks and the space. So I guess my question is, because the exhibition finished substantially, quite a few months before you got a chance to do the project, what do you think you would have had as a result that enhanced what you already have? How would you have utilised that live exhibition to enhance the results of what you've got at the moment? How would it have been a bit better?
So there are quite a few photos that we found to be suitable, particularly the 3D photos. I mentioned they have slight misalignment, so it would have been very useful to go back to the exhibition and retake those, as well as the scans for the 3D artworks to make it easier to import into my development environment. Yeah.
Robert from Arcade. You mentioned the Gaussian splat. If you hadn't been able to use that technology, what would happen? And also, what is the Gaussian splat?
Right. So we were not able to use Gaussian splats, as I've mentioned earlier, and we used point clouds instead, although Gaussian splats look more realistic. And a Gaussian splat is sort of a kind of a photogrammetry technique where the software takes a video scan or a series of photos that you take, and it makes a 3D model out of it that you can import into other applications.
That's a very, very challenging question to ask and to answer. So well done, Gleb.
If we were documenting that show, because
we just hired the photographer and the document, we the shot selection and stuff. Is there something we would be doing to facilitate the use of that as a kind of method for better 3D experiences?
Unfortunately, is this specifically about Gaussian splats or just all other types?
How would we document shows?
How would we document shows so that it facilitated the use of that, and therefore we had a better VR experience afterwards?
Right.
So I might just rephrase that. If you were to apply these techniques to a new exhibition, maybe the one they're running right at the moment, what would you do?
Right. So first of all, I would probably research other software we could use for Gaussian splats. For this, we used Luma AI, but I'm hoping there are some more sophisticated ways of capturing that to get even higher quality scans. I think that would be a priority.
Okay, so I think the short answer is there, is that this area is still evolving. Gaussian splat is a very, very it looks as though it's going to offer lots of potential advantages, but it's just, we're working right on the edge at the moment of the technology. Unfortunately, we couldn't apply it here. If we could, we would have. And we started to experiment with it, but that wasn't showing the full Gaussian splat experience. So it is something that's, I think is going to offer a lot of opportunities in the future. So if we were to give Gleb another 10 weeks, we would probably be exploring that in even more detail. And in terms of how we would capture Gaussian splats, it's probably similar to what we did here, but probably a greater density of camera locations. So it might be that you put a high resolution 360 camera in lots of spots through the environment. One of the challenges of the 360 camera is that there's nowhere to hide apart from behind walls and stuff like that. So you get a lot of exercise when you're shooting and stuff, as Kip remembers. I'm also thinking about maybe we put it on a little remote control vehicle and you drive it around, maybe you're putting it on top of an automated room sweeper. But it's certainly an evolving area, so watch this space. Any other questions for Gleb? There's one from online, and I'll just quickly run to the back of the list so that you can read it.
So how did you design navigation to balance user freedom with guided storytelling?
Right. So a particularly interesting technology I've discovered for myself while working on this is the Space Mouse. And without it, the navigation is quite jarring. Yeah, that's that right here. And it provides a smoother way of walking through the exhibition. Additionally, I do have guides in the actual exhibitions. If you can look on screen, footprints kind of direct you where you should be standing to interact with certain components. And some areas are labeled, so you know kind of the sequence. And the automatic tour also follows that sequence. So if you want to like a laid-back experience, you can enable that. Yeah.
But fundamentally, you're reproducing a free roaming experience. We don't constrain where you walk in a real exhibition, so we're reproducing that. But there are, I guess, hints and guidelines about where the information is, such as the footprints. You can also use the auto tour mode as well.
Yes, exactly.
Any other questions? Vanessa.
Hi, I'm Vanessa here, and I'm part of the Peace research team. I wanted to ask the question on one of your slides. You had high code. Something about
yes,
Can you explain what high code is and why it's so needed?
High quality code just mainly refers to the way you the architecture of the code itself. This is getting quite technical, but basically we have, as programmers, we have best practices that we follow to make sure that the code that we write now will still be usable and maintainable, for example, months into the future to facilitate adding new features to the program.
High quality software is probably an answer to that question as well. I was looking at that same item on the slides and thinking, well, some people might not understand that. That's sort of like code, sort of, speaking code words, kidding me. But yes, it's high quality software, and that always helps with maintenance and upgrades later. So yeah, absolutely. Any other questions? If not, I think we will finish this session and move into the demonstrations. Thank you, Gleb. I will take that from you. So in this demonstration period, we have, surprise, 3 demonstrations. We have Gleb here on the cylinder display. We have Mariella on the tile display. Don't worry, her screen will be up there in a few moments. And Zoe his content is both on one of the headsets, on the wedge display, and also the dome display. So please go around, have a chat with all of the presenters, experience all the content, and lunch will be here at about 12:50, 10 to 1. We've got about 40 minutes to explore and try all the different systems. Thanks for your attendance. For those online, we will be restarting the stream at 2 o'clock. See you all then. Thank you.
rescue from being out on farms or being used, batches out on holidays.
Hello and welcome back. This is the third session of the HIVE Summer Internship Showcase. We are very pleased to have you all here. Can I have a just quick show of hands? Who is new to the HIVE and hasn't been here before? A few people haven't. Don't be shy. Say welcome. So for those who haven't been here before, the HIVE is the university's visualisation facility, and our role is to support and encourage the use of visualisation technologies in research projects across the university. And one of the ways we do that is through the summer internship scheme. In this block we have 3 students. Our last 3 students for this year, Eldon, Dylan and Alex, will be talking about their projects. The internships are a wonderful way for a student, very capable student, to be able to explore a new and interesting research area over a 10-week period, working full-time. They've got a lot of time to be able to achieve very good things over that period of time, and it's often a topic that a supervisor has had in mind for quite some time, and yeah, it's a good chance to develop some outcomes in the nominated area. So we've had projects in all sorts of different areas today, and these 3 presentations are an example of that as well. We've got 2 projects from the Faculty of Humanities and 1 project from the Faculty of Science and Engineering, and students from all sorts of different areas and capabilities as well. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker in this session, who is Eldon Wongso. He's a 3rd-year undergraduate student studying software engineering towards a Bachelor of Computing degree. That degree is offered in the Faculty of Science and Engineering, and his supervisor for this project is Crystal Abden, with support from the HIVE team member Ash Doshi, and the project title is Is There a Typical Influencer Face? So Eldon, over to you. I'll pass you the microphone. And it's to you.
Yep. Hello everyone, and thank you for attending my presentation, and thanks Andrew for your introduction. So today I will talk about my project, Is There a Typical Influencer Face? And I also want to thank my supervisors, Crystal and Ash, for helping me along this journey. So let me provide a little bit of background for this project. So influencers are really important people on social media. And influencers don't just share content, they also share and encourage specific ideals about appearance and beauty. So for example, these three faces. So for example, there's an ideal face for popular influencers on these social media apps like Instagram, and that's another social media app called Arfika TV, and this is Bigo. So I do want to tell that those 3 faces are not actual real human faces. They are the average faces created by combining the top 50 influencers ranked by popularity. So yeah, those are not actual human faces. It's the average of the humans. And if there are people in the audience who are on the older side who doesn't know what are influencers, think of influencers as basically like a Hollywood celebrity. So this matters because many young people today actually want to become an influencer. A lot of studies shows that a lot of kids across Gen Alpha and Gen Z actually want to become a YouTuber or a content creator. So for example, these 2 kids. And also because influencer culture differ across platforms and regions. For example, in Instagram, they often emphasizes lifestyle and selfie-based images. Another example is in China, where this phenomenon is often recognized through the term Wang Hong Lian, so which is described basically a beautiful internet celebrity face that's shaped by the platform and commercial expectations. So influencer cultures don't just affect influencers themselves, but it also shapes how everyday users imagine success and attractiveness online. However, despite the differences, something really interesting is happening because across many different platforms, the most successful influencers are starting to look very similar. As you guys can see, this middle face and this right face, they almost look identical. So, and that raises the key question behind this project. Are we choosing how we look, or are the platform dictating how we should look? So first of all, I want to ask, why should we study influencers, or why should influencers matter? It matters because influencers can impact a lot of different aspects of our lives. So for example, in industry, platform, and cultures. In industry, because influencers shape cultures beyond advertising, they can also shape beauty standards, lifestyle, and culture, and more. And the platforms, because social media impacts our attention, visibility, and norms. And on the culture, because beauty standards are dependent on the gender, race, and cultural preferences. On the second half, well, why we should care is because influencers use the selfies to shape their beauty ideals. I'm pretty sure most people in the audience have taken at least a photo or a selfie once in their lives. And because selfies are tools of self-expression and self-measurement. So using influencer selfies can actually help us to reflect on our own appearance and perceptions of beauty. So for this HIVE project, this HIVE internship will explore selfie filters created from real influencer data, which I will explain later in the presentation. And the project basically shows how ordinary faces like us can be changed to match the top influencer faces. It also showcases how beauty standards across different cultures and platforms. And a question is, how do these filters change our perception of ourselves? So now I will showcase a video on the inspiration behind this project. So it's called The Giant. So yeah, so this is actually a robot face. So Gentle Monster, which is basically a Korean eyewear brand, made this traveling art installation at Sydney Airport called The Giant. So this is a giant face. So this robot face is actually bigger than the entire body. So it is approximately 2 meters tall. So that's what I just said. This is called The Giant. So we actually want to simulate this screen version of this on the HIVE's dome, as the people can see to the left. That's actually what we're supposed to do. However, due to some development constraints, we decided to just switch to using the tile display, which almost function the same way. So, and I want to invite the audience on a little bit of journey. So I want the audience to just close your eyes. And then try to picture the faces of the top 10 influencers you know. What do they look like? Do they share any resemblance at all? And how would you look like if you were one of the influencers that you're thinking of? You can open your eyes right now. So it invites to reflect on the distance or differences between their actual faces and their filtered faces. So so the question is there diversity in industry, or as the title suggests, is there a typical influencer face? So here's the methodology workflows. So this is basically the process of what I had to do to develop the result of the project for this 10-week internship. So firstly is the data collection, which is collected from a previous intern, where she took the average of approximately 50 top influencer faces ranked by their popularity to produce a single face. So what we're looking here is actually not a real person, like I said. It's just the average that's been taken across platforms such as YouTube and Instagram. So there are 9 social media apps and 3 types of genres for each platform. So there are 9 times 3 is 27. So approximately 1,300 real faces were captured to generate these 27 average faces. So the next is the platform setup. So we decided to make a website version of this project. So for us to do that, we're going to use these apps. For the first is Python. It's basically a programming language that is used for data science, recognition, and much more, and which is basically used for our server for this project. And for the website, we decided to use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to develop the functionality of the website. Oops. So the next, to capture our face and make it into a 3D. So this is actually my face turned into a 3D. So when you capture your face, it's going to, I know it's funny, it's going to make our face into a 3D object. So the computer is going to take the landmarks of my captured face and it's going to make it into a 3D object. So I said landmarks. So basically a landmark is a specific point on a face, such as the corner of your eyes, that the computer can recognize to understand the shape and position of a face. So these points act like a structure or a map to the face. So next is to merge ourselves with the influencer. So this is me, and then we're going to merge ourselves with the influencer. So we're going to match our landmarks together. And it's going to produce a 2D image of me. So this is actually me as an influencer. So this is actually me as an influencer. And yeah, I know it's really pretty. And then after that, we're going to map the 2D face, and it's going to make a 3D version of myself. So here's actually me as an influencer. I know. So this is actually the results. So this is the interface. So this is the website of the result of the website. So we start the camera first, and then make sure to fit your face inside that oval, and then press the capture button. And then we're gonna wait a few seconds. We can close the stop button if it's necessary to stop the face capture. And it's going to load for a few seconds to generate my 3D face. So for example, this is my face as a 3D object. So it's really big. So the next part is how to merge ourselves with the influencer face. So so we have to click that green button over there, and then it's going to go make us to another website. And then that's my face cropped. And on the left side, there's a lot of different options of social media we can choose from. So for this part, we're just going to pick a social media app called Africat, and it's going to, the genre is gameplay. And then when we merge our face, so that's actually my face as a 2D object. So after that, you can press that button of export 3D to make my face into a 3D object. So for example, this is me as an influencer on a 3D face. Oops. So on the reflection, there are some technical sides. So I learned how fragile the face capture can be, because small things like landmark matching, for example, the nose of one of the influencers here has an extra nostrils, which unfortunately is one of the weaknesses. And for another one is the lighting conditions. For example, if the light is too bright or too dark, it's going to match my face with the lighting. So for example, this is my face. If the light is too bright, it's going to make my face a bit yellow. And glassware, I don't recommend to use glasses for this app because it can disrupt the merging of the influencer face. And then the distance to the camera, unfortunately, it can accommodate around 100 centimeters. So we have to get really close to the camera. So if it goes too far, it's not going to capture your face. And on the conceptual side, my understanding changed so much, because before this project, I thought of influencer face as mainly like a visual style or a trend or a filter. But after building this, I began seeing it as something more of on the technical side, because it's something as shaped by the platforms and the systems. And building the system also changed how I think about selfies and faces. So I talk about landmarks. So this is one example of a landmark. And this is actually one of development of trial and errors of my face. So this is the disrupted face glitch faces that I've been working on development. So that's the trial and errors of the project, of the development process. Because yeah, as a software engineering student, this was challenging, but it helped me see how technical decisions can also shape how people are seen, judge, and feel about themselves. So when you see your face transform, it can feel a little bit uncanny or strange or unsettling. The reaction is often emotional. So the face looks familiar, but it's not really you, because it's still your face, but it's not real. It's an influencer face of yourself. It is intentional so that for the audience to experience emotional reflection on how or why their face feels familiar or desirable. So it becomes so for the users to become more aware of how beauty standards shape faces online, and whether it is achievable to have that influencer face or not. And here are just some future work. For example, the landmark, as I said, the nose needs to be aligned to give the face the best influencer face. So for example, the nose needs to be aligned just a bit more, and some lighting conditions also can disrupt the merging of the face. The second thing is add morphing. So we didn't have time to put this into our application, but this is a prototype that I've been working on. So this is add a morphing from your own face to an influencer face. So it's going to merge my face from my face, and it's going to change into that influencer face. And the last is basically make the interface more user-friendly and have a better design. So for the takeaway message, I want people to understand how influencers shape beauty standards, because they help define what is seen and what is seen as ideal or normal online. And I want also there are some roles of influencers in society, because they shape how people understand success, visibility, and their self-imaging. And to invite us to think how to perceive ourselves by looking at the version of the giant, which is the version of the giant face of yourself. So, and during the demonstration, feel free to try my project. I invite the audience to experience how they might look like as an influencer. So thank you, that's my presentation. Are there any questions from the audience?
Any questions?
Hey, really cool project. I was just wondering if you considered, or if you had to think about gender. I know you mentioned at the beginning gender, ethnicity, race, and things like that. But when you're kind of merging to a general face, that's kind of not really any gender, does that kind of matter? Do you find that mattered, or was that something that you had to think about?
Yes, thank you for the question. We did think about gender because some of the faces of the average faces that we use, it has some faces that has a tendency of being more female. For example, like the genre is like beauty or lifestyle that is more towards female. However, there are also some images that is more neutral, like gameplay, and also there are some some genders that is more biased towards the male side, like exercising or life, yeah, something like that. Yeah, we do think about gender about this project. So, for example, if you pick like a beauty genre, it's going to make your face more towards female, even though you're a male. So that's what so for the example I gave, that's why my face is a little bit more female as well. So, yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Alan. It's a very interesting project, and congratulations on finishing your project. I just have a very hard question that is, what is the biggest challenge that you had encountered during the ideation as well as execution of this project?
So basically, the hardest part is probably the merging of merging your face with an influencer, and when you want to make your face into a 3D. So for example, on the slides, this trial and error. So, for example, there are some problems with this. For example, the middle line is wrong, and there are some other programming issues with it, and also some rotation issues. But yeah, that's some of the challenging things that I have to work on, and also have to work. Some works also have to. Some of them sometimes rotate 90 degrees, or it doesn't fit your face. So that's some challenging issues that I have to work on.
Have you used these programming languages before? HTML5,
yes.
JavaScript?
Yes, Python as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with them. I would say I'm a intermediate person.
Okay, that's right. It's mainly the applied aspects of the project rather than the programming level.
So it's the landmarks, basically, how to apply them to make your 2D face into a 3D model.
And so which landmarks were the hardest ones?
Hardest ones?
Look like the nose to me.
Yeah, it's basically the nose. Yeah, it's the nose.
I think the lips sort of sometimes look a little bit hard as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard as well. Mm-hmm. Because sometimes people can smile, sometimes people can be pale, and something like that. So it's a lot of different aspects.
Yeah.
Different aspects.
Any other questions from the audience? Any questions online at all? No? Okay, well I think with that, we'll thank Alvin for his presentation. So far we've managed to get the microphone back every time. Yay. Let's see, let's go to, let me get right in the correct sequence. So our next presenter is Dylan Shimmy. He's a third year student studying electrical and electronic engineering. His primary supervisor for this project is Lucy Foreman. Is there some noise coming from the audience? Daniel and I have been supporting this project from the HIVE side, and Ellie Sampson has also been providing some support as well. And this is all about 3D scanning of meteorites. So over to you, Dylan.
Hey everyone, my name's Dylan, and today I will be discussing my project where I had to 3D scan meteorites using photogrammetry. So in popular culture, many of you would have already had an idea of how meteorites and meteors are depicted. You may see them being depicted as these glowing space rocks that come from a mysterious place out of space, crash into the Earth, and maybe even give people superpowers. Unfortunately, meteors and meteorites don't give people superpowers, as much as I wish they did. But they're still quite important to researchers. Now, why is this? So, one of the big questions that researchers have is actually understanding what our solar system is made up of. And by studying meteorites alongside with meteors, researchers are able to understand, firstly, where it came from in space and its orbit, and the way that it burned through the atmosphere as it traveled down into Earth. And this can help answer the big question, as meteorites are quite old, so their chemical composition could reveal information about what the solar system was made up of. And just in case any of you were unfamiliar, a meteoroid is essentially a space rock in space, so that one there. A meteor is when the space rock essentially travels through the atmosphere of the Earth, and a meteorite is when it lands on the Earth, right? So researchers want to be able to 3D scan these meteorites, and a common way of doing this is with photogrammetry. But what is photogrammetry? Essentially, the idea is we take a bunch of photos of the subject with the camera. You need to have a significant overlap of the subject in the photos, and You need particular camera settings in order to do this. But the idea is, if we take a bunch of photos of the subject at small degree increments, and provided that they have enough overlap and that there's enough coverage, we can use particular photogrammetry software in order to reconstruct the model based on those images. So why are we 3D scanning these meteorites in the first place? And why with photogrammetry? Well, to answer that first question, 3D scanning provides a way of creating a digital twin, almost, of the meteorite. So researchers can essentially have a digital version of that meteorite available for visual analysis, while also being able to break apart the original meteorite for chemical analysis. And that is a lot more efficient and allows for a lot more freedom and flexibility with how researchers analyze meteorites. Now, in terms of photogrammetry, photogrammetry is actually very cheap when in comparison to other methods of 3D scanning, like laser scanning or CT scanning. The major costs of photogrammetry are going to be a camera and the equipment that you're going to be using. And finally, photogrammetry is a great way of showing details on the surface of the meteorite. In comparison to other methods like laser scanning or CT scanning, we are able to see a lot more details on the surface of the meteorites. And this can be great for that visual analysis that researchers want to be able to do. But what's the problem here? So the current method of photogrammetry is with a manual photography process. So what this looks like is essentially we take a photo, you move around slightly, you take another photo, you move around slightly, you take another photo. And you have to do that all around the meteorite, then flip the meteorite around and do that whole process again. As you can imagine, that's a very manual process, but it's also quite time inefficient, right? And very labor intensive. The other problem is that because it's such a manual process, there isn't really enough room to implement techniques that can increase the amount of details in the photos. And so when we process these photos in Metashape, we'll end up with models that aren't quite in high quality. So that's kind of what our project is about. We're essentially going to be developing 3D models of meteorites as a proof of concept of this workflow, but more importantly, designing that workflow that researchers could use to essentially 3D scan meteorites as they fall into the Earth and get recovered. So here's the method. So the first stage is essentially the photo taking process. Then essentially what happens is once all the photos are taken, we process them using a technique called focus stacking, which I'll get into a bit later. And finally, we process those focus stacked images into a software called Metashape. So for the photography, we used a Canon 5D Mark III. This is a 22.3 megapixel camera, and we use a 24 to 105 millimeter zoom lens. We used an LED ring light to provide some lighting, and we had this supported on a tripod for stability. Now, there were 4 particular camera settings that we needed for this photogrammetry. The first one was the ISO. Now, essentially what ISO is, it's basically how sensitive the camera is to light. So the higher the ISO, the more light gets picked up in the photo. But if you have too high of an ISO, you start to introduce these sort of grainy noise textures in your photos. Any of you who've ever taken a photo of the night sky might have seen, on your phones, you might have seen how there's a bit of a grainy sort of noise appearing in these photos, and that's something we want to avoid altogether in photogrammetry because those noisy textures appear on the final model. The next part is the aperture. So essentially, the aperture is basically how much of the image is how much of the subject is in focus at a time. Now, normally you might think you want to make this as high as possible, but if you have too high of an f-stop, you end up with a phenomenon called diffraction blur, which is essentially where the entire image gets softened as a result of having such a high aperture. Too low of an aperture, and you won't be able to get enough of the image in focus at a time. So we have to settle for the middle of the range that was available for this camera. So that was f-stop 8 to about f-stop 16. We used a custom white balance. So white balance is essentially the camera's way of calibrating the color so that it appears as it does in real life. And this was set to custom because it was dependent on the room light and the lighting conditions. finally, the shutter speed was set to variable. So essentially, this depended on the essentially just depended on the meteorite and the lighting conditions. Okay, so the next step is focus stacking. So I talked a bit about earlier in the method section, but what focus stacking is, it's basically a technique that's borrowed from macro photography. So the idea is, if we have a camera and we take photos at varying distances to the subject, you get different parts of the subject in focus in each of those photos. The idea is, if we take a bunch of these photos and then combine them together, we can get one image where everything is in focus. So that there, you can see how the front of that meteorite is in focus, while the back is sort of a bit blurry. And in the second photo, you can see how the back of the meteorite is in focus and the front is a bit blurry. And in this photo, that's the combination of these two photos together. So everything is now in focus. So the next step, the next part of this project was the stack shot machine. So what is the stack shot? It basically contained 3 important equipment that we had to use for photogrammetry. The first one was the macro rail. And what this does is it moves the camera along, then it allows the camera to take a photo, move it along, take a photo, move it along, take a photo. And this is essentially focus stacking, right? So it's moving the camera along certain distances closer to the subject, and it's performing that focus stacking. Once it's completed a certain number of stacks, it'll move back to the original position and then rotate the rotary table. So the rotary table is basically a turntable with a motor mechanism in it. And so this motor mechanism can be rotated at very small degree increments. This can all be controlled on the stack shot controller, right? And you can set a program to set the number of steps that the macro rail performs, and you can set the degree of rotation on the rotary table, as well as how many rotations you want on that rotary table. So here is a video of this thing. Yeah, so this isn't 2 times speed, by the way, but so you can see how that macro rail is moving, taking a photo, and then does it again, and then moves it back. And then you can see the rotary table moving there. Right? So it's doing that, moves forward, and then moves all the way back, and then rotates the table there. And so on average, we had about 10 of those steps for focus stacking, and we used a 10-degree rotation on the rotary table. So that was 36 different intervals in total. Okay, so actually before this, we'd have to rotate that meteorite around and redo this whole process once we completed that one revolution. But once we've taken all the photos, we essentially process this in a software called Helicon Focus. And this essentially combines all those photos together to create those focus stacked images. So you can see on the left, this is the image that was taken with the camera, where you can see that the back's more in focus than the front there. And this is the focus stacked image. So this has used 11 photos, which you can see up here, and these are all the photos that we used for the focus stacking. And finally, the last step is the photogrammetry software. So essentially, we used a software called Metashape to create the model. And Metashape follows a 4-stage process. The first stage is aligning the photos. So aligning the photos lets the software know where the camera positioning is relative to the model. You can see there all of the camera shots around these points here, which is basically the points that it uses to create that model. The next stage is it creates the depth maps. Now, what depth maps are is basically just telling the software, recognizing how far away certain parts of the image are to the camera. In this third stage, we create the model, and you can see already how the model has got that sort of complex shape, right, around here and around here, right? And finally, we build the texture. Now, the texture is heavily dependent on the quality of how blurry the images are. So if the images are in focus, they're completely perfect, you'll get a very good texture, right? And this is why I said earlier we wanted to incorporate techniques that increase the amount of detail you can see in the photos. So these are some of the results of the project. Essentially, these are pretty high quality. You can see how they're quite complex, and essentially there's a lot of complex geometry, good texturing, and nice colors. So one part of the project's been completed, the high quality models. But in terms of the workflow, so with the old manual method of photography, you could get 127 photos, roughly that much, in about 2 hours. With our process, we can take about 1,080 photos, right? And this translates into 108 focus stack photos. And we can do this in the same amount of time. So that's roughly 8 times more efficient, right? It's pretty good. So there were some challenges that came with this project. I mentioned briefly how after it's imaged one revolution, we'd have to flip the meteorite around to capture the other side, right? But the issue with that was, well, the problem is that we couldn't, basically because we didn't have a 3-axis system, we had to do that rotation manually. So that was kind of a bit of a bummer, really. We couldn't figure out how to do that 3-axis system. The second part was that we weren't able to verify volume calculations. So essentially, I had a workflow designed to be able to measure volume, but the problem was because the meteorites didn't have their volumes measured previously, we weren't able to determine whether the volumes calculated were accurate or not. And so finally, the last point was essentially during some of the circuits, we noticed that parts of the model weren't quite imaged properly. And in particular, these were holes and crevices. So we had to design a separate method in order to be able to essentially image these holes and crevices. So what it is if you, okay, so that hole there, you can kind of see, it's a bit hard to see, but it's not quite imaged properly, right? And so what we had to do was we came up with a way of essentially it's focus stacking, but on a mini scale, right? So instead of focus stacking the entire meteorite, trying to get the entire meteorite in focus, we'd instead try to just focus stack the specific hole that we wanted to image. So you can see in this image, the hole there, the hole there is completely in focus, while the texture around that is blurry. And you can see essentially which holes needed to be imaged from the confidence model, which tells you how well Metashape used the images to reconstruct that part of the model. So you can see here, these red spots are essentially where Metashape couldn't reconstruct that model properly. So anyway, we essentially developed this technique by looking at this confidence model, performing focus stacking on these holes, and essentially what we would do is we would mask out everything apart from that hole. And what that would allow us to do was when we put these photos into Metashape, Metashape would recognize that, oh, okay, I only want to actually use the hole as part of my model reconstruction instead of modeling that entire surface of the meteorite, as it is quite blurry. So you end up with blurry textures otherwise. And so as a result, we were able to pretty much image the holes quite well. So what are some future opportunities for this project? Well, one potential opportunity I see is being able to develop that 3-axis system so that we can turn this project from a semi-automated workflow to a completely automated one. The next thing I'd like to see are maybe some Sketchfab links. So putting these models up on Sketchfab to allow researchers from all around the world to be able to visually analyze these meteorites. I'd like to see an interesting application with VR. So something I was thinking of was essentially having the meteorite inside in VR, being able to see that photogrammetry scan on the surface, but looking inside of that meteorite and being able to see the CT scan, which unveils all of the chemical composition inside of that meteorite. And finally, I could see this being used for educational purposes. So something I was considering was maybe having these 3D models be available in geology labs, so that and letting students being able to essentially analyze these meteorites, identify particular features, and essentially and maybe get an idea of how the meteorite burned or the meteor burned through the atmosphere. That'd be a really good way of teaching students. So in conclusion, we were able to develop a 2-axis system. We did this with high quality 3D models, and we designed it with an efficient and reasonable workflow. So there were some challenges that came with this. Some we managed to overcome, but others we weren't able to. And I'd like to see further future opportunities try to overcome those challenges we weren't able to. And just as a bonus, so you can see here, these two are the same meteorite, but this one was imaged with the old method. You can see how the cut surface there is quite bumpy, right? Which is not what it looks like. In comparison with this new method, you can see how that surface is completely flat, right? So it's essentially a much better version of that version. It was much more well imaged. So that's it. Thank you.
Any questions? Oh, where do we go?
Hi, my name's Mia, awesome project. Something I might have missed at the start, but was this process something that you designed as part of your internship, or has it been adapted from somewhere else specifically for the use of photographing meteorites?
We essentially designed the process from scratch. So we used equipment we basically had equipment available at the HIVE that wasn't being used, and we essentially took this equipment and designed a workflow that was able to image these meteorites. And we had to basically come up with everything from scratch. So, yeah.
Question over there, was there? Oh, go.
Great work on that. I'm Martin. We've met in the office.
Yeah.
I have a question. Did you consider calibrating like the scale and size to get like realistic measurement of the rock or of the volume? Because that's one of the questions that's useful for data analysis.
Yeah, we actually, during the testing phase of this project, we had an idea of essentially using a color card with a scale increment. And essentially what we would do is we would have that scale on the turntable, and have that card be imaged essentially. So the camera would take the photos with the scale included, and so when we would put this into Metashape and process it, you'd be able to get an idea of how big that meteorite is with that scale. But when we tried doing that, we found out that it didn't really work, because every time you flip the meteorite around, the scale would just basically crumble. It just became nothing really. And in terms of the other method we tried doing was we used a vernier caliper to essentially measure two points of the meteorite. And I did this in Blender. So I essentially chucked the OBJ file into Blender and essentially scaled it up based on the measurement with the vernier caliper. But again, as I said, because there weren't any previous volumetric analyses done on these meteorites, we weren't able to say whether or not they were properly scaled. Yeah.
I think the short answer is yes, you have scaled them.
Yeah, but
you haven't been able to validate it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Confirm that it's actually correct.
Yeah.
Particularly with regards to the volumetric calculations.
Yep.
Question. Let me see. I'll take Daniel down the back, because that's an online question.
Hi, Dylan. Thank you for your awesome talk. I was just wondering how many different types of meteorites did you image? Which types were the most challenging and why?
Look, so in terms of imaging meteorites, I think we've imaged maybe about, let's say, 10 meteorites. But we had 5 of them which we were really happy about. And in terms of the second part of that question, the hardest meteorites to scan were that middle one there with all of the holes and the crevices. That was definitely really challenging. So we even had to end up finding a separate workflow to get that to work. Yeah, so that's probably it.
I was just wondering whether you considered 3D printing these. One of the things about these types of objects is that they would be interesting from a tactile nature, and that's something you wouldn't want the general population just to hold and hand them around. So I'm just wondering if 3D printing might be an option for the future as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we could pretty much 3D print these, provided we have to. One of the things about 3D printing is if you get any stray components outside of the model, it won't be able to properly 3D.
Come to fruition. Any more questions? If not, I think we'll thank you, Dylan. Our lucky last presenter today is Alexander Hazel. He is intern number 109. In our 11 years of operating, we've now had 109 students. And so Alexander is now finished his degree. He will be graduating on the 11th of February. Yay. His degree is a Bachelor of Arts, specialising in profession writing and publishing, and also in history. We'll be cheering you on virtually on the 11th of February. And he loves this work so much that he's actually enrolled in an honours degree as well, so he'll be back. And he'll be doing his honours in history. Let me, get past that. I should have this up here. So, oops. I don't want to reveal all of the secrets already. Alex's supervisors on this project are Andre Brett from the history discipline here at Curtin, and Lee O'Brien from the Museum of Jolton, with support from myself and Daniel Items from the HIVE. So over to you, Alex.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Andrew. I'd like to start just by thanking everyone, everyone who's just, kind of helped me out over these past 10 weeks in all these various wonderful different ways, and all my supervisors as well. Thank you all. I'd like to, start just by acknowledging that we are, standing from the lands of the Whadjuk, the people today, and I would just like to pay my respects to their elders past and present and emerging, always was, always will be Aboriginal land. And I would also, I'd like to I would also like to advise as well that this presentation has images of people who have since passed away. Okay, so our history, I suppose it kind of starts in the 1850s when the town of Geraldton was established on Yamatji country. It opened as the principal port of the region, of the Midwest region. And it kind of wasn't until about 1879, after Alexander Forrest, pictured, I believe he's this fella there. Yes, with the wonderful beard. He did an expedition across the state's northern mass, and this obviously had a huge influx, of all these people coming in up to the north, because of reports of all this arable land, for kind of all these pastoralists, and this obviously had a huge impact on the various Aboriginal people of these regions as well. And this project is just another kind of iteration, of these sort of previous of these previous panorama projects that have been underway at different points. So I suppose I'd like to just explain what a panorama actually is. So, at first, I suppose it's wide. Okay, that's all you need to know. It's wide. It can start from about 60, and it can range kind of up to a full 360-degree view. It is usually of an elevated viewpoint. It's not always like that, as we'll see. And it's an immersive capture of a landscape, or of other kind of scenes as well. This image here. It's also shown here, and you'll see it later in the showcase as well. This is from around 1893, and it shows the town of Geraldton from Flagstaff Hill. And I'd like all of you just to keep this image in your heads, as we'll be coming back to it in a few slides along. Okay, so this project had three, kind of stages and outputs, as you can see here. I've split this, into these regions here, as I've been finding these panoramas, and kind of, and just kind of working with them as well. So as you can see here on this nice map of the state, you can see I have split the regions up. So I've been like, I suppose, kind of working on this region here, which is the Midwest, as well as this region here, which is called the Gascoyne, up here to the Pilbara, and to the extent of the Kimberley region as well. You can see the town of Geraldton, that is in the Midwest. I will focus mainly on the visual outcomes of that process today. Okay, so at the start of this project, the HIVE team had found around 6 of these panoramas. Well, I'm extremely happy to say that at the end of end of my time here, that had increased to over 300, which is, extremely cool, really amazing. You can see, you can see all these other results here, and this, is of course, a reflection of the scale of this material. I suppose that we now have. As you can see here, these are some snapshots of the spreadsheets that I was working with, as just a little indication of the records. Now, I would like to show you some of the amazing panoramas that we found of the town of Geraldton, and all the rest will be on the showcase. But I will show you some very cool ones here. This one first was from around 1943, so it was taken during World War II, and it shows this massive parade of troops from the 2nd Australian Division who have been drawn up for inspection. This is from an oval there, as you can see, and it was taken from the grandstands. In the war, it was home to an RAAF base in the town of Geraldton, and it held a lot of a lot of strategic importance as well during the war. Okay, so these next two are extremely exciting. This is from the eminent, Australian photographer whose name is Frank Hurley. I'm sure you've heard of Frank Hurley. He did in around 1961. He went on this massive Australian tour, and then he sort of passed away a few months later in around 1962. This was taken, around the hills where the peak of Mount Scott is today. And there's this one here, which is also from Frank Hurley. Okay, so part of this process as well was working with this, I suppose, this Google Earth map. So as you can see here, this map was for the town of Geraldton itself. You can see these little points here scattered around with their lines. These are for the estimated taking locations of these panoramas that were found from the town of Geraldton. I'll explain more, I'll explain more, in a few minutes. And this one here shows the kind of scale of all these panorama locations. These span all across the state, and these little marks here are from where panoramas were found in. So yes, extremely cool. So they start from there and they go all the way up to top there. I would now like to, explain, explain one of the processes that we used for the geolocation on this, on this panorama here, which you saw earlier. I hope you kept this in your minds. So yes, this is that one from earlier, and as you can see here, I've marked these landmarks here. These four landmarks are, are used for when we try to, as accurately as humanly possible, try to get an estimated taking location. These four landmarks here. Okay, now, if we turn to some historical aerial imagery on the left, this is from Landgate Map Viewer Plus, you can see, yes, all these landmarks here still exist, and they, I suppose they weren't just made up, as part of this illustration, so that's a good sign. You can see A, B, C, D here. Now, if we look at this one, this was from last year, I believe, or like I think the year before. You can see only this one here, this landmark, and this landmark is still standing. All the other ones have been taken off over time. Okay, now what we can do is we can place these little marks there against each of the buildings. You see these little paths there all end at this spot here. Now, as the lines end, this is where our estimated taking location is. So this image was likely from around here. This is now a car park where this education centre is. This original hill there, and this was flattened in around the 1920s for harbour works. So yeah, very cool. So some very very extremely interesting, storytelling opportunities, as well as these themes kind of started to emerge as I was working on this project. These became a very essential part of this project as I was working on it. Now, in the interest of time and the scope of this talk, I'll be kind of representing these themes visually through some examples of some panoramas, which I really like, as well. And all these themes kind of link together, which is really nice. Okay, so the first theme, is all about representing Aboriginal people as well as culture. So this project found around 28 panoramas, which all show aspects of Aboriginal culture, as well as the people in them. This first one is from around 1932, which was attributed to the pastoralist magnate Michael Durack, and it shows Aboriginal people here in their traditional dress, while some other people here in more European style clothing look on, and there's a man there actively taking a picture of them, a little bit of cameraception there, which is cool. Yeah. Okay, and this next one as well was also around the same time, around 1931. So this one was taken by William Leslie Allen, and he was the owner of the Karratha station, which is in the Pimbley. The Pilbara, not the Kimberley, not the Pimbley. Yeah, and it shows, it shows Aboriginal staff who were being employed at the station, and they were employed across all sorts of different stations, across these regions as well. Okay, so this next theme, is all about station life, as well as labour. And pastoralism. This one as well was also taken by William Leslie Allen, and it shows a lovely landscape overview of his station that he was managing on top of a hill. Okay, and this next one was from a station called Sturt Creek Station. This was taken by the explorer Richard Morris around 1902. As you can see, there are some stockmen here who are Aboriginal as well, which is really nice. Okay, and this last theme, I wanted to explore is all about exploration and the landscape. So these two panoramas are as well taken from R.T. Morris at the start of his Western Australian, I suppose leg of his expedition across the country. This is when he first entered. He first entered into the state from the Musgrave Ranges here. Okay, as you can see, this last one here shows a high point. It shows the Ord River, stockmen there in the corner, and you have cattle crossing across the river. Okay, so one of my last, I suppose points that I wanted to speak about was, was this project has revealed, revealed all sorts of interpretation as well as truth-telling opportunities as well. These are, of course, very, I suppose, essential factors when we're trying to display these images and when we're trying to discuss, all these histories which involve, involve, a lot of harsh, I suppose, truths, around around Aboriginal, I suppose, dispossession of their lands, as well as conflict. But it's also essential to I suppose, point out the other side, of all this, and to give them some agency and some resilience in their history as well. So as you can see here, all these expeditions that these people went on, none of that could be possible without the Aboriginal guides, right? That's like that's just an example of I suppose what how these stories can be shaped and how the public can access them. These panoramas. Okay, so for some future work, so this project, as I stated at the start, it's sort of just like builds upon earlier work of these panorama projects that have already been translated into public exhibition form as well as websites. A previous iteration of this project, which is this one here, this Albany Then and Now, had an extremely successful launch around last December, and is on exhibition now at the Museum of the Great Southern, and of course with my project here, this is something that I hope we can achieve with a future expedition and a website as well. That'd be awesome. Okay, so overall, all this work, is still very much ongoing. Even after I stop here with the Hive, and all this, and all this kind of represents, all this kind of, all this kind of activity in our state's north, sort of brings its history to life. Yes, for the public as well. So, yeah, that's all from me. Thanks very much. I'm very happy to take any questions now, or I can speak to you guys later at the demonstration. Thanks for listening.
Any questions? A lot of people are like, oh, right, up to the back way.
Really nice presentation, amazing.
Thank you.
Where did you find the further 290 pages?
Yeah, so gosh, from various different online, so I should have explained it in the presentation actually, but all of these kind of came from the it was either the state library of WA, or the oh gosh, what are they called? The City of Greater Geraldton, the public library up there. Yes, from all sorts of different areas, and online, online library kind of collections which we didn't expect to find any in. So yeah,
It's a bit
very.
more time certainly.
Yes, I did spend a lot of time. It was great fun. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Yeah, so that's the aim. That's that's the stretch. Stretch goal of this presentation, of this of this project that we'd love to do in the future. I think it's all about it's all about if we receive the funding to do that. But yes, in the future, hopefully, that'd be awesome.
This theme of work started in 2015 with an internship in our very first internship year, and Marcia Snyder was the student at that time looking at panoramas of Perth and Fremantle. That was eventually launched into a website in 2016. We launched an exhibition, the Fremantle Then and Now exhibition at the Maritime Museum in 2022. We've just launched at the end of last year an exhibition in Albany, so we would like to see this turned into an exhibition in the near future. The Dogo Museum has a site in Geraldton, so all these things are lining up. All we need to do is find the money to fund the production, and it is a very, very intensive amount of work that is required to pull this thing together. But you'll be able to get an insight into some of these amazing views on the cylinder display in the demo session. Any other questions? Well, I have a question. What's your favourite image?
Gosh. Well,
maybe this one.
Yeah, I did. Yes. So this one here was on the flyer, and I put this at the end for a reason, I suppose. So yeah, this one is it's just an absolutely sweeping view of the landscape, and it's very stunning. You have this man here on the horse. Whoops, looking on. If it works, you can see that there on the horse. Yeah, I might say this one. And in the in my slides there, I have some ones that I love as well. So you'll see more of those in the showcase.
Any other questions? If not, I think, yes, Vanessa.
I just wanted to know what you might hope to do with the images of Aboriginal people in it. And I think, is there any, talk about trying to find who the people were in the images, and your family, and who would you be able to connect with to maybe get some of that information?
Yeah, that is an excellent question. We very much hope to do that, and because we have some other some other ones there, as you can see, which have which have more sort of like more sort of aspects of kind of different Aboriginal cultures as well, and people in there. I think to find out who they were, it'd be a little bit challenging. I think it would be a start, I suppose to like find out, I suppose which cultural group they belong to in the image. And then I suppose we could go from there. But yeah, that would be, a really kind of, a step there. Yeah, definitely.
It is a really interesting aspect of this collection is that of all the different areas that we can look at, southwestern Albany, Perth, Kalgoorlie, and now Geraldton and the States North, this collection is the only one that actually shows any quantity of Aboriginal people in the panoramas, in the historical panoramas. And I think that might be due to the fact that the States North wasn't as developed. It didn't have as many of the settlement going in through there. So it presents an opportunity which we haven't had with the previous ones, is to tell stories about the Aboriginal people in those areas. And unfortunately, it is a horrible history as well in some instances. So in the exhibition, we have a big screen. Now only in Fremantle, at least, we have a big screen like this to show the panoramas, but we show them as a series of short films. So we can create a narrative based upon those panoramas and what particular stories we choose to discuss and present is open to discussion, but I think it would be a wonderful opportunity to be able to use a bit of truth telling and explain the story of the Aboriginal people in the North using direct visual photographic evidence of them and how they were living. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Awesome.
I think we'll draw a close there. Thank you very much, Alex. That's all right, you're lucky bastard. So that's actually the end of the presentations for today and this full round of summer internships. Thank you for all presenting. There are some people I think were here a whole day. At least the HIVE staff were. Actually, all the interns are here today, so thank you for supporting all your other intern colleagues as well. So that's really appreciated. And yeah, so enjoy the demonstration session now. We will have Alden showing off his influencer face on the tile display. He's got a camera set up here, so you can try it out on yourself. Dylan's got some actual media rights to show you, and also the photogrammetry software. We've got a looking glass display. I think we've actually got, actually it's just a media right spinning on the display up there. We could have shown it in the hologram display. And Alex will have not the entire collection of 300 panoramas showing on the cylinder, but I think it was about 100 he's got up there as well. So so come around and ask all the questions and see the different content. And thank you very much for everyone for attending today. So thanks very much. And the interns, we want them to stick around and we'll take a group photograph before you all leave. Thank you.